Well, good morning. Welcome to the Sace Merit Ceremony for 2021 here at Government House, and it's an awesome morning, which is great. I've got a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. So in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate the area, there's an emergency, we have some exits located on Kintor Avenue and at our North Terrace entrance. And if you could follow the directions of designated safety wardens and the event staff in that event. If you need a toilet during or after the ceremony, the toilets are located behind the stage over to your left, so there's a little path goes around. Also, we'll have an official photograph which will be taken of each merit recipient on stage, and details of how to access these photos are in the back of your booklet. But there'll also be plenty of opportunities to take photos in front of Government House after the ceremony. This event is also being live streamed on the Sace website, and the address for that is printed at the bottom of the insert which is in your booklet, and that recording will be made available on the Sace website later in the week. And finally, if I could ask you all to please ensure your phones are switched to silent before we start. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Ganamiana, Wangandi Mani Nabudni Gana Yatana. Nadlu Dampindi, Ganamiana Yatamatanya, Wama Dadanyaku. Ghana people say welcome to the Ghana country, and of course we recognise the Ghana people are the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. And I want to offer my acknowledgement to those elders of the Ghana nation. Welcome to the Merit Ceremony of 2021. It's our first time staging the event in smaller groups like this, a response to COVID, and of course that's really been the theme of the last year, the kind of responding, the pivoting, the changing, the adapting. And so the students whose success we're celebrating today, you and your teachers, your families, you've shown that you're able to do that. You're able to be resilient. You're able to respond to the moment. So not only with that excellence that you've shown in your subjects, but also that resilience that you've shown. I think you'll be known as the cohort that showed that resilience. You know, I was thinking about the Merit Ceremony as we were planning it on Joe Biden's inauguration day, and listening to Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate from the States, deliver her poem, The Hill We Climb. If you've not seen her perform that, I do recommend you go on YouTube and have a look at that. Absolutely amazing. I wanted to just pick a few of her lines from that poem, because these were the ones that really resonated with me when I was thinking about today. She talks about, when day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. The future is always in shade. We can't see into the future. We don't know what that's going to look like. And I think this year more than ever, perhaps, there's more uncertainty and there is more shade. And so while today we are definitely celebrating your successes, and it might feel like an end, of course it's not. It's a new beginning. It's a transition to the next step, wherever that may take you. And so I want to encourage you to be brave, to be that light. You've shown us that there's something special about you, and you can be that light. And so take that forward, because we recognize that through this merit, yes, your excellence, but also that it's a symbol of your role and responsibility to go forward and take an active role in our community, to show people what you can do and to inspire others through that. Every year we ask a special guest presenter to assist us in presenting the merit certificates. These presenters have each made an outstanding contribution in their chosen field. For the portfolio of Humanities and Social Sciences, we're thrilled to have with us Dr. Vesna Drapac. Dr. Drapac is an Australian of Croatian background and she was an undergraduate at the University of Adelaide and then undertook postgraduate studies as a Rhodes Scholar in Oxford, where she completed her doctorate. Her research interests include modern French religious and cultural history, the history of Yugoslavia, and the social history of the Second World War. She has a secondary research interest in Australian immigration history, and her publications include the books War and Religion, Catholics in the Churches of Occupied Paris, Constructing Yugoslavia, A Transnational History, and with Gareth Pritchard, Resistance and Collaboration in Hitler's Empire. She's an Associate Professor of History at the University of Adelaide. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Vesna Drapac.
Professor Westwell, parents and guardians and students of the class of 2020, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to share in this special event with you. I'm really delighted to have the honour of presenting the Merit Awards this morning. I've never done this before, so I'm a little bit nervous. I want to get it all right. But I have had the pleasure of attending these ceremonies in the past when my sons were recipients of merits. And I remember both of those events fondly and always will. They were wonderful occasions for me and for my husband and for our sons. The first thing I must do, of course, is to congratulate you all. I know from family friends whose sons and daughters were Year 12 students in 2020, and also from my own experience of teaching at the university, it was a tumultuous year, and that's an understatement. So let me say, firstly, that you did brilliantly. You did brilliantly to meet all the challenges thrown at you, and more brilliantly still, to do so well. I'm truly impressed. My understanding is that your teachers are not here today, but I think that they also deserve a pat on the back. Well, actually, they probably deserve a little bit more than a pat on the back. So while there are great parents and carers, and I paid homage to you, behind great students, there are great teachers behind them as well. So well done, students, well done, parents and guardians, and well done, teachers. I'm particularly pleased to be addressing students who've excelled in subjects which I love, and subjects taught by colleagues whom I respect, and with whom I've worked for such a long time at the university. Now, it's true that for many years I've been drawn specifically to the subject of history, and I became more and more entangled with history over time. I found it fascinating, but important too. So as the child of Croatian immigrants, I was always aware of the way in which talking about history sparked all kinds of emotions, as well as vigorous and sometimes very loud debates. Debates about social justice, debates about good and bad political systems, about individual and collective identities. What did it mean to be an Australian? What did it mean to be an Australian from this particular place or for that particular place? How were new arrivals different from those whose roots were deeper? And from those Indigenous Australians whose forebears had been displaced by all the waves of immigration? What makes us cohere as a community? And how can we model that behaviour privately and publicly? These were the questions that absorbed me. And every day, in one way or another, these same questions are posed, and sometimes, it must be said, answered rather badly. I would say the reason for that is in part at least because as a society, we do not study enough humanities and social science subjects. In the course of my professional life, I do what you would expect an academic historian to do. I research and write books and articles which are published in learned journals. I naturally teach. I teach at all levels in the university. I teach first years and I supervise postgraduate students, supervise PhD students, and I put a lot of effort into my teaching. I do this because I believe it has an impact way beyond the narrow confines of the university. But I'm also deeply engaged what many may call public history. I feel that well-researched and well-written history of all kinds, academic and popular, needs to be made available and accessible to people of different ages and different backgrounds. So to that end, I've been involved in curating and contributing to exhibitions that attract larger numbers of people. I've done this at the Migration Museum and the Adelaide Holocaust Museum and Steiner Education Centre. Some of you may not be aware that the Adelaide Holocaust Museum opened only last year and already has a broad educational program. I'm also part of a local Croatian history group. It's small and has as its goal the documentation and communication of South Australian Croatian immigrant stories. All these activities, among others, are integral to my life in history, which has so many rich components. My history teacher at school, I went to Mary MacKillop College, was an immigrant from South Africa. I think I need to have a little drink, if that's all right, because that light is very... I know this is not doing much for the streaming, but there you go. I do need a little drink. My history teacher at school, as I said, I went to Mary MacKillop College, was an immigrant from South Africa. You could say that he was a kind of refugee. He was a white South African with a family of teenagers, one of whom was very active in the anti-apartheid movement, and was arrested and incarcerated without being charged for his activism. My teacher quietly, yet compellingly, made his students aware of the pain of living in a system that was completely unjust and discriminatory, corrupt and evil to its very core. He had feared for his son's life and decided that to protect his family, they had to leave their home. The experience of being taught by such a man confirmed something that I already knew from my own family's immigrant story, that sometimes complex problems and traumatic pasts can only be addressed when we look at them afar and with what historians call critical distance. Paradoxically, it's often by leaving them behind or escaping them, as my teacher had done with his family, that problems of such enormity can be tackled. In his own unassuming way, my teacher certainly made his Year 11 and Year 12 students, as well as many other people in the different circles in which he socialised, aware that we should not and could not turn a blind eye to social and political problems whenever and wherever they occurred. So as you can see, for many years I've been engrossed in this intimate connection between the study and practice of history and the communities in which we live. Of course, I'm hoping that some of you will go on to study more humanities and social science subjects. I would love to see all of you in the corridors of the Napier Building on North Terrace at University of Adelaide. But really, what matters now is not what you study or when, but the attitude that you bring to the great new post-Year 12 chapter in your own personal histories. When I was a member of the South Australian Ethnic Affairs Commission, I used to attend and speak at citizenship ceremonies. Talking to you all here today reminds me of that experience. There was always a great variety of new citizens, and in spite of that variety, perhaps even actually because of it, all of the new citizens shared the same sense of anticipation and pleasure at what the future promised. They held on tight to their citizenship certificates, just as you should hold on tight to your merit certificates. Always value them, and always value what you did to get to this point. The one thing I recall more vividly than anything else when I finished school and was heading for university was that incredible feeling of expectation. I just thought my mind was going to explode. I had such a sense of the possibilities of the life that lay ahead. But there was also a part of me that was more than a little afraid. How would I cope? Hardly any of my friends were going to university, and no one I knew was doing an arts degree, which was my first and only preference as a course of study. Then, when I finished my undergraduate studies and went to Oxford to work on my doctorate, I was again both excited and afraid. And the same was true when I returned home to Adelaide and embarked on my career as an academic. That mixture of excitement, confidence, and apprehension when starting something new and engaging. There's something wonderful, almost hypnotic about it, no matter how old you are. The certificate you receive today indicates what you are capable of, not just as a Year 12 student, but as an inquisitive, enthusiastic, and clever member of a society that needs more than ever for clever people to do their bit for the greater good. Never lose sight of that. Love your life, but love the life of your mind. Love the life of your mind, because that is what will preserve you. That is what will preserve you when the going gets tough, and that is what will best serve the communities in which you end up living. It's the most important piece of advice I can give you today, and I hope that you will heed it. So I'll finish now by extending my congratulations to you all once more. And if you do end up in the Faculty of Arts at the University of Adelaide, be sure to come and say hello to me. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'll now introduce the merit recipients for the subject area of Humanities and Social Sciences. Can I introduce Hamal Abad, who received a merit in Philosophy? Annabelle Bulbardson received a merit in Modern History. Mia Barrett received a merit for Religion Studies. Stacey Barton received a merit for Tourism but could not join us today, so I'll introduce Ruby Bater, who received a merit for Modern History. Maximilian Burns received a merit for Ancient Studies but could not join us today. I'll introduce Meg Bynton for a merit in Geography. Alyssa Booth received a merit for Religion Studies. James Brackmanis received a merit for Religion Studies but couldn't join us today. I'll introduce Millie Brown, who received a merit for Religion Studies. Malachy Carruthers received a merit for Modern History but couldn't join us today. I'll introduce Chelsea Carter, who received a merit for Tourism. Ava Bjarne Colwell received a merit for Legal Studies. Alicia Crowhurst for modern history. Eleanor Dodsworth for modern history. Arthur Duggan received a merit for media studies. Lily Farrell received a merit for modern history. Hashini Fernando also received a merit for modern history. Can I introduce Annie Fuster for women's studies? Ruby Gardner received a merit for modern history. Alice Gilbert received her merit for religion studies. I'll introduce Callum Green, who received a merit for geography. Danielle Groot received a merit for ancient studies but couldn't join us today. I'd like to introduce Jessica Hood, who received a merit for legal studies. Samantha Horbelt and William Hughes both received merits for society and culture and both could not attend today. I'll introduce Imogen Ingham, who received a merit for geography. I'll introduce Laurie Kelsey Evans, who received a merit in ancient studies. Sophie King received a merit for society and culture and couldn't join us today. I'll introduce Georgia Kleeman, who received a merit for religion studies. Joel Morano received a merit for society and culture. Mary McLaughlin for society and culture. Isabella Mulrooney received a merit in ancient studies. Bernadette Patching received a merit for legal studies but couldn't join us today. I'll introduce Sophie Pemberthy, who received a merit in geography. Jemima Post received a merit for tourism. Zoe Rubinicht received a merit for religion studies. Hannah Russell received a merit for religion studies. Lily Sayers received a merit for modern history. Abby Scott received a merit for religion studies. Nicole Scott received a merit for tourism. Simona Silva received a Merit for Society and Culture. Patrick Singleton received a Merit for Modern History but couldn't join us today. I'll introduce Olivia Smith-Munro, who received a Merit for Women's Studies. Olivia Tallant received a Merit for Ancient Studies. Liam Telford Sharp received a Merit for Modern History. Jessica Timms received a Merit for Australian and International Politics. Daniel Choon received a Merit for Modern History but couldn't join us today. So I'll introduce Nina Vinans for Legal Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the Merit recipients for Humanities and Social Sciences. And please join me in thanking our special guest presenter, Dr. Japak. And this concludes the presentation. You're welcome to gather outside the front or in the gardens to take photos, but just be mindful of COVID and social distancing. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the 2021 Sace Merit Ceremony. My name is Kerry Pienaar and I work for Prescient, the professional learning arm of the Sace Board, and it is my pleasure to be your MC for this morning. In a moment, we will commence the merit recipients for mathematics, but before we do, we need to go through some housekeeping. In the unlikely event that we'd need to evacuate the area, we have two emergency exits we'd like you to go to, either at Kintore Avenue or the front entrance on North Terrace. And please follow our emergency wardens and listen to their instructions. If you require a toilet throughout the ceremony or after the ceremony, they are located to your left behind the tents here. Each recipient will have a personalised photograph taken as they receive their certificate and on the stage here, and you will have access to that photograph if you wish by looking at the back of your booklet. And we're also very excited to announce that this event is being live streamed from the Sace Board website, and later in the week the recording will become available. But just a little heads up for our recipients today, when you're on the stage, after you've had your photograph, keep smiling because you're still on camera as you're walking off the stage. I'd like now to pause while you have a chance to turn off or put your mobile phones to silent. Please note also that after the program, you'll also have the opportunity to take photographs of your family out in the grounds of Parliament House. But now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Gana miana wangandi mani na budni gana yatana. Nadlu dampindi gana miana yatamatanya wama dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise the Ghana people as the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Morning everyone, and welcome. Here we are at the Sace Merit Ceremony 2021, and it's a little bit different this year. Our first time staging the merit ceremony in smaller groups like this, of course, to cater for COVID restrictions. Just one more example of what we've all been doing all year. Changing, adapting, finding some new things that we didn't know we could do, and some new successes. And of course, students, you've been doing that all year with your teachers and of course with your families, changing, adapting, showing us what you can do in difficult circumstances. And so today we celebrate your successes, but we also recognise the unusual resilience that you've shown this year in adapting and changing and dealing with uncertainty. I was thinking about that when we were planning the merit ceremony, and in fact it was when Joe Biden's inauguration was occurring. And that poem that Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate in the States, performed, The Hill We Climb, really resonated with me. If you've not seen that, I do recommend you jump onto YouTube and have a look at it. It's quite remarkable. I did want to steal a few of her lines because these were the lines that particularly resonated with me around the merit ceremony. When the day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. The future is always in shade. We can't see into the future. The uncertainty means that it's just not possible. And perhaps this year more than ever, the future is even more in shade, even more difficult to see. And so while we are here and the celebration of your successes in your Sace might feel like a little bit of an end, a looking backwards, of course it's really a looking forwards. You can be that light if you're brave enough to be it. You're here because you've shown us that there's something special about you. And so as we do look forward, we're recognizing the merit of a pinnacle of your academic success. And in fact, over the last few days, we have celebrated the success of over 1,000 students who received merits in 75 different Stage 2 subjects across the Sace. I think really showcasing the depth and breadth of the Sace, but also the depth and breadth of the achievement of our young people. And we do see you as the light, the great opportunity to take us forward, and not on our terms, on your terms. So you have a role, a responsibility, I think, to come on, show us what you can do. Show us what you can inspire in others, in your future, and in the future of South Australia. Each year we ask a special guest presenter to assist in presenting each one of the merit certificates. These presenters have all made an outstanding contribution in their chosen fields. For the learning area of mathematics, I'm really thrilled to have with us Darren Lovett today. Darren Lovett is the Director of Space at the South Australian Space Industry Centre, and he's focused on leveraging disruption, innovation, and strong support to build a sustainable space industry here in South Australia. His diverse background includes space operations and policy, a university lecturer in weapons test and evaluation, airborne anti-submarine and surveillance operations, coalition partnering, and working on large-scale transformation projects. His space credentials include working as a staff officer in Australia's Joint Defence Space Coordinating Office, 4 years at the US Executive Agency for Space within the Pentagon. He's a graduate of the International Space University and Chief of Australia's Space Operations Centre within HQ Joint Operations Command. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Darren Lovett.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning. I feel very privileged to be here today to recognise your achievements in what is, I assert, the hardest subjects in SACE, mathematics and maths. But firstly, I'll begin with some acknowledgements. Firstly, I also acknowledge the Kaurna people, traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Secondly, I want to acknowledge the work done by SACE, by all the teachers that you have worked through in your careers at school, that can be called your first career, and especially to Professor Martin Westwell for inviting me here today. Thank you to the team. But most importantly, a huge well done to the class of 2020. You've had an incredible year. You've battled through COVID. You've had uncertainty about what the future may hold, and there's still that uncertainty today. And against all the odds, you're actually here today in person at a real ceremony to be recognised for your outstanding achievement. And by the way, odds which I'm expecting you all to calculate by the end of this session, there will be a quiz. But last but not least, it's also important to recognise that none of you are where you are today without support and help, be it through mentors or guidance, your parents, your guardians, the teachers, friends, your community and your school, relatives. It's taken a team effort to get you here, and so I would just recommend that you thank those people that have been important in your life to get you to achieve this impressive outcome. I was asked to say a bit about myself, hopefully to inspire, but I think the takeaway might be, these are things that I wish someone had told me when I was your age about to leave school. And I'll give you some examples of how maths has literally kept me alive in my life, in some of my different career paths. I was fortunate to have great teachers at school, went to a public school and also a private school in Adelaide. But one of the things I do remember at a special maths class we were doing, which was about how to game tic-tac-toe or noughts and crosses. If you haven't done this analysis before, there is no way you can lose at noughts and crosses. Run through all the possible combinations and permutations. it always results in a tie or a loss or a draw. But you can manufacture just the tie. Now that was important at boarding school because unscrupulous elder students would go around trying to scam money off us. And so if you know that rule, you can sort of get your way out of it. So game life, use what you've learned to work out the odds and to calculate approaches ahead. My first career, I left South Australia at 17. I joined the Air Force and went to the Australian Defence Force Academy. I studied aerospace engineering. My first job was as an armament flight test engineer. We would go out to Woomera. And Woomera, 60 years ago, was the hub of space for global operations. And out there at Woomera, you can still see these monstrous launch sites where we were the 4th country in the world to put a satellite up into space from our own sovereign territory. So things are happening back then in space, but the other things we would do would be demolition, explosives ordnance demolition. And so you would have to go out on a particular day and actually calculate how long it would take to walk out of a burn or a blow, and then light some fuse, measure how long it would take to burn down, and then extrapolate that to the time you needed to walk out. Get it wrong, things go bad. Get it right, and you walk away safely. So again, getting those sorts of mental maths issues really helped me in my job. It was critically important, simple but important stuff. I had a second career change. I was an aircrew on the P3 Orions out here at Edinburgh, and we would often track submarines and monitor fuels and emergencies and things like that, but everything was done in your head. Calculators couldn't keep up with the speed and the cycles we had to do things. So every 6 minutes there would be a new cycle about where the submarine was, what we were doing, what heights, speeds, and translating that into whether you were going to hit the ground at night or hit the water, and whether you were going to run out of fuel or whether you were going to catch whatever it was you were tracking was critically important. So again. And then my third career was space, and I saw in the US space industry, I met some fantastic people like astronauts, and you get to know them, and they all have a strong strong maths background to put them where they were and where they are today. And so that was fantastic. Now in my current work, we're trying to build a space industry here in South Australia. So I would say, if you are looking for a career or a job in the space industry or in STEM-related fields, you don't have to leave from your parents. I recommend go overseas, get some experience, and then bring it back to Adelaide, because we're doing cool things here. My 3 points, 3 takeaways, if I can be so bold. First, remember we're really lucky. Like Australia is the luckiest country in the world. We have a great place to live here in South Australia. And I've been fortunate. I've lived overseas for 9.5 years in North America and Canada. I've travelled the world, and I've come back here to make Adelaide my home because I love it. Constant learning, don't give up, and don't also forget the humanities. That can help round off any of the skills you've learned in the STEM areas to make you a better player in whatever teams that you're going to go work in the future. And then finally, it's been mentioned already, grit and resilience. You've already shown determination to get here. We all get thrown by everyday things that hit to us in everyday life. But the only thing we really control are our thoughts and our approach to the things that hit us. And I'll end with a quote from Marcus Aurelius. He was a Roman emperor about 2,000 years ago, the most powerful human in the world at that time. And he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realise this and you'll find your strength." So again, congratulations, class of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren and Martin. I will now introduce our winners of the Merits for Mathematics to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you hold your applause until the end of all of the award recipients, please. Tilly Albrecht, Essential Mathematics. Emily Anderson, General Mathematics. Abby Bates, General Mathematics. Stephanie Beasley, General Mathematics. Our next recipient, Lachlan Belafamine, is not with us today. He received a merit for Essential Mathematics. But I'd like, please, to welcome Kirsty Bowie for Essential Mathematics. The next group of merits are all for General Mathematics. That's Megan Carlin, Faith Chin, Angus Combe, Sam Corrie, Sophia Corrie, Isha Devgun couldn't be here today and received a merit for General Mathematics, but I'd like to introduce Lucy Doney for General Mathematics. Georgia Dongus, Essential Mathematics. Sorry, General Mathematics, Georgia, my apologies. Callum Edwards, General Mathematics. Eliza Fenton-Mayer, General Mathematics. Sophia Ferraretto, General Mathematics. Isabella Galluccio for Essential Mathematics. Jordan Harrison, General Mathematics. Sophia Raheen, General Mathematics. The next recipient is not here today, Senayukta Hisiara, Essential Mathematics, but I'd like to please welcome Chloe Hissey for General Mathematics. Emma Hocking, General Mathematics. Ella Humphreys, General Mathematics. Georgia Hunter, General Mathematics. Georgia Ireland, General Mathematics. Felix Jones couldn't be with us today and got a recipient for General Mathematics, but I'd like to introduce Anna Jose, General Mathematics. Hannah Q, Essential Mathematics. Olafuto Komalafi couldn't be here today, but received a merit for General Mathematics. But let me introduce Fiona Lethbridge, General Mathematics. Kian McCarthy, General Mathematics. Lily McConnell couldn't be with us today and received a merit in General Mathematics, but I'd like to introduce Jack Mackenzie, General Mathematics. Jasmine Mead isn't here today and received a merit in General Mathematics. Please welcome Nick Michaels for General Mathematics. Jasmine Miller, General Mathematics. Roshni Mubarak, Essential Mathematics. Georgina Neville, General Mathematics. Samuel Nichols is not here today and received a merit in General Mathematics. Let me introduce Natalie Nimon for General Mathematics. Natasha Nish couldn't be here today and received a merit in General Mathematics. I'd like to introduce you Kayla Owens Fleetwood from General Mathematics. Ellie Pappas, General Mathematics. Laura Perry, General Mathematics, frog in the throat. General Mathematics, sorry Laura. The next two recipients couldn't be with us today. Hannah Polintz for General Mathematics and Francesca Quill, General Mathematics. But I'd like to introduce, please, Ashley Riley for General Mathematics. Ella Sandercock, General Mathematics. Olivia Sandery, General Mathematics. Emily Santoro, General Mathematics. Sanji Shah, Essential Mathematics. Emily Sibley, General Mathematics. Annabelle Simpson, Essential Mathematics. Rhiannon Simpson, General Mathematics. Toby Simpson couldn't be with us today and he received a merit in General Mathematics, but I'd like to introduce Lewis Stevens, General Mathematics. Antonios Tsiaros, General Mathematics. James Simicles, Essential Mathematics. Ravneet Tutija cannot be here today and received a merit in General Mathematics. I'd like to introduce Christopher Votino for General Mathematics. Asini Induli Walgampola could not be here today but received a merit for Essential Mathematics. And let me introduce Jessie Woolbridge for Essential Mathematics. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of the recipients for mathematics. Please also join me in thanking our special guest presenter, Darren Lovett. That concludes our presentation for this afternoon, but you are very welcome to make yourselves comfortable in the grounds of Government House and take some photos and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the 2021 Sace Merit Ceremony. My name is Kerry Pienaar and I work for Prescient, the professional learning arm of the Sace Board, and it is my pleasure to be your MC for this afternoon. I'd like to point out a few housekeeping items before we actually commence the ceremony. The first and most important for us all is the location of the toilets, which is to your left behind the marquee. We will be having official photographs taken of each recipient as they come up and get their award. Those photographs are available and you find out how to access them by looking at the back of your booklet. We're also very excited to let you know that we are live streaming this event, which is being done by the Sace Board website, and the recording will be available later in the week. I'd like to take a moment now to give you a moment, if you haven't already, to put your mobiles on silent before we begin. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Ganamiana Wangandimani Nabudni Ganayatana. Nadlu Dampindi Gana Miana Yatamatanya Wama Dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise the Ghana people as the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Morning everyone, welcome to the Sace Merit Ceremony 2021. It's a bit different this year compared to previous years because of course we're trying to keep the numbers a bit smaller and deal with the COVID-19 restrictions. Of course, we've all been very familiar with that. That's been the story of the last year or so, hasn't it? And particularly for our students. I think, you know, we're here to celebrate your successes in mathematics, but of course there's a broader success that we're here to celebrate, and that's also the resilience that you've shown, the ability to deal with some of the disruption. And even when there hasn't been disruption, I think the ability to deal with the uncertainty that you've had to do over this year. I was thinking about that when I was thinking about the merit ceremony that was coming up, and I was watching Joe Biden's inauguration. Some of you will have seen Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate to the United States, deliver her poem, The Hill We Climb. If you haven't seen that, I would recommend you get on YouTube and have a look at it. It's quite remarkable. I wanted to steal a few lines from that poem that really resonated with me when I was thinking about the research, when I was thinking about the merit ceremony. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. For the new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. And so today, when we are celebrating your excellence, we're also looking forward, not just looking back at the end that we've got, we're looking forward. And we are asking you to be brave enough to be that light. The future is always clouded with shade. It's uncertain, we don't know what it's going to look like, it's hard to see. But I think the future is even more difficult to see this year than it has been in previous years. And we do need you to be brave enough to be that light. And you've shown us that you can do it. We're here to celebrate that. There's something special about you. You know, through the Sace Merit Ceremony over the last few days, we've celebrated over 1,000 merit students receiving merits in 75 different Stage 2 subjects, you know, really showing the depth and breadth of the Sace and the studies that our young people have done. And so while this subject merit does represent a pinnacle of academic success, it also is saying to us and to you, you are the next generation of thinkers and doers, change makers, so don't hold back. Show us what you can do. This merit is a role of your responsibility. your role in the community and your responsibility, that expectation that you will go forward and show us what you can do and inspire others and help take South Australia forward. Every year we ask a special guest presenter to assist in presenting each of the merit certificates. These presenters have always made an outstanding contribution in their chosen field, and it's no different today in the learning area of mathematics, and we're thrilled to have with us Darren Lovett. Darren is the Director of Space at the South Australian Space Industry Centre, and he's focused on leveraging disruption, innovation, and strong support to build a sustainable space industry here in South Australia. His diverse background includes space operations and policy. He's a university lecturer. He's worked on weapons test and evaluation, airborne, anti-submarine and surveillance operations, coalition partnering, and working on large-scale transformation projects. His space credentials include working as a staff officer in Australia's Joint Defence Space Coordinating Office, 4 years at the US Executive Agency for Space within the Pentagon. He's a graduate of the International Space University and Chief of Australia's Space Operations Centre within HQ Joint Operations Command. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Darren Lovett.
Good afternoon. It's just clicked over. I feel very privileged to be here today, to recognise your achievements in what is no doubt the hardest subject in SACE that you've done, and so, congratulations. I'm just going to begin with some acknowledgements. Firstly, I acknowledge the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I can extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders peoples here today. Secondly, I want to thank the board and SACE and the Chief Executive of the SACE board, Professor Martin Westwell, for inviting me here today. It's really a privilege, and congrats to all the teachers. Most importantly, a huge well done to class of 2020. You rocked it. You've had an amazing year. Battled through a global pandemic. Your opportunities are still not sure. The world as you knew it a year ago isn't quite the same, and that's still the case. Being in terms of going overseas and looking at some of those opportunities you may have looked at in the past. But against all the odds, you're here now today in person, and so we're here to recognise your achievement. Last but not least, it's really important to recognise the parents, the people that have supported you to get here, your mentors, your caretakers, and the community that has built you up to actually place you here. It's taken a team effort to get you here today. Don't forget that, and if you can, acknowledge those people as you go through life that have helped support you to make these impressive milestones and achievements come to fruition. I've been asked to say a bit about myself, hopefully to inspire some of you, but also I would hope that I can give you just 3 takeaways that I hope somebody would have told me when I was leaving school, and I've only gained that through experience. It wasn't in a book, and so hopefully that'll mean something for you. I've been really fortunate to have great teachers. Through high school in Adelaide, I had great teachers at public school, went to a great private school on a scholarship, and really learned some fantastic things there. Some of the lessons I'm going to give you about mathematics I really think have shaped the way my career has gone, but also has helped save my life on numerous occasions. May sound corny, but I'll give you a few. Certainly in Year 12, I entered the Oliphant science experiment, and understanding that drag has an equation for boats. If you look at half rho v squared s, rho is density. My mate and I said, well, if you can change rho from 1,000, which is water, to 1, which is air, ride your boat over a cushion of air, that might change the drag equation. And so we modelled that, we ran that experiment, and we won the Oliphant Prize. And then years later, I see it being used in Antarctic ice cutters, Russian torpedoes, and things like that. Unfortunately, no one taught us how to patent anything, so we lucked out there. But maths helped pave that way and led me into engineering when I left school. went into the Defence Force Academy. My first job out of school in Adelaide was as a weapons flight test engineer, flying aircraft out of Woomera. And I got to see, 50 years, 60 years ago in Australia, we were leading the way in terms of space development. We're the 4th country in the world to put a satellite up in space from our own sovereign territory. And the infrastructure there is still there today. Huge wells where the gas used to go out into the lakes, and showing what Australia can do and what we hope to do again now that we've got this energy behind us. We would use mathematics all the time to calculate drag on aircraft, things like ballistic motion, because when you drop weapons off an aircraft, they can wobble around and come back and hit you. There's all sorts of things that had a maths element to it. It wasn't trial by fire. You had to crunch this all out the hard way before you went and did anything dangerous. So maths is often paving the way for those hard envelope expansion programs, we would call it, that are pushing the edge of the envelope when you're trying to expand things. I trained as aircrew in the Air Force, and I flew on the P3 aircraft, the Orions, out of Adelaide or out of Edinburgh. We would often track submarines, and we would lock everything down to a 6-minute schedule, so everything's moving really quickly. And to be honest, calculators and computers couldn't keep up. We had to do everything in our head, so that's Doppler changes, speed changes, fuel, time and distance was always going through your head. And so again, the only way you could do that job in the Air Force was if you had a good practical maths background that could actually manifest in getting things done. So it wasn't all virtual and theoretical. And then finally, I had a third career change in space. I worked with some fantastic people in the US Air Force and the military there, but I met some really interesting people too, people like astronauts. And I don't know if you've ever met astronauts, but generally they're very humble people, and they all have a solid grounding in mathematics. So we often think as, maths maybe not being too cool, but these people, I can tell you, were really cool, coolest of the cool, and they're heavy in the STEM background and environment, and they're making things happen up there for the US and hopefully for Australia in the future. Now, in our current work, we're really excited to be building a space industry in South Australia. We're sort of leading the way in terms of the national mission to try and grow jobs and build that industry. Last week we announced a space mission for South Australia, so we're going to be putting a Cube satellite up in 15 months, announced by the Premier. And what we're trying to do there is not only to inspire your generations behind you, so the young kids coming up to do STEM subjects and focus on that, but also there are jobs here. So don't forget, if you want to get away from your parents, go overseas, but come back. But if you want to stay here and you love mum and dad, then please, there are jobs here for you in STEM that will build into that space industry as well. So don't forget that. Finally, 3 points of advice. Remember, we're really lucky here in Australia and South Australia, luckiest country in the world, one of the richest countries in the world, and I've lived overseas for 9.5 years. I've travelled the world. I am happy to be back here in Adelaide to make something happen here. I really think it has opportunity. Keep learning. It's not just end of year 12 and you stop. You've got to keep learning. And don't forget the humanities. It helps round out those team skills and the ability to work in big projects, which is what's going to pave the way for those things you want to do. And then finally, you've already shown phenomenal grit and determination to get here. Maths is hard. You had to lock it in 5 years ago and make that path, that career choice. So you've already proven that. Just remember, it's not all about hard and grit. Try and match your career up with something you're really passionate about, and that'll make things a lot easier if you can tie those things together. And often just a focus on money won't give you that passion. And lastly, I'll just give you some advice from Marcus Aurelius, who was the Roman emperor 2,000 years ago, the most powerful human in the world at that time. And he said, "You have the power over your mind, not outside events. Okay, realise this and you'll find your strength." And again, congratulations, class of 2020. You guys rocked it. Cheers.
Thank you, Darren and Martin. I would now introduce our mathematics recipients to you. Can I ask, please, for the audience, if you could hold your applause until the end, until we've had all of the recipients receive their award. Darren and Martin, I present the first person who was not able to attend today. That is Zonzeng Ai, who received a merit in specialist mathematics. But I'd like to introduce William Bai for specialist mathematics. Raphael Baker, Mathematics Methods. Joel De Pasquale, Mathematics Methods. Our next recipient could not be here today, Mayhath Fonseca, who received a merit in Mathematics Methods. But I'd like to introduce Sam Gorry, Mathematics Methods. Anthony Grotto, who received an award for Mathematics Methods. Zachary Horbelt, who received an award for Mathematics Methods. Our next recipient is not here today, Kyle Wynne for Mathematics Methods. But let me introduce Liam Jacobson, Mathematics Methods. Ryan Kelton with an award in Mathematics Methods. Ian Kaur for Mathematics Methods. Sujit Krishnan for Specialist Mathematics. Aidan Lee, Mathematics Methods. Michael Lee, Mathematics Methods. Min Lim, Mathematics Methods. Paul Lim, Mathematics Methods. Our next recipient couldn't be here today. Ryan Liu received an award for Mathematical Methods. But let me introduce Yushen Liu for Specialist Mathematics. Our next two people couldn't be here today. That's Junshun Liu, Mathematics Methods, and Lachlan Maggs Pearce for Mathematics Methods. But I'd like to introduce Mia Matthew Close for Mathematical Methods. Stuart Minnett, Mathematics Methods. The next two recipients couldn't be here today. Alex Nee for Mathematical Methods, Alexander Nind for Mathematical Methods. But let me introduce Gavin Ong, Mathematical Methods. Alana Parasotto, Specialist Mathematics. James Pryor, Mathematical Methods. Our next two recipients are not here today. Aman Rahmanian, Mathematical Methods, and Benjamin Rawling, Specialist Mathematics. But let me introduce to you Sebastian Rotsitz Holding. Connor Seifert, Mathematical Methods. William Selvan-Igam, Mathematical Methods. Oliver Shacklock, Mathematical Methods. Dong Wu-shin couldn't be here today and received an award for Mathematical Methods, but I do have here Devarashan Sivasubram Armanian for Mathematical Methods. Francis Snelling, Specialist Mathematics. Michael Sedano, Mathematical Methods. Kevin Su couldn't be here today and received an award in Mathematical Methods. But I'd like to introduce to you Daryl Tan, who received an award in Mathematics Methods. Kenny Tu could not be here today and received an award in Mathematical Methods, but I introduce Olivia Webb for Mathematical Methods. Emmy Yang could not be here today and received an award in Mathematical Methods, but I'd like to introduce to you Wei Ting Yi for Specialist Mathematics. And Peter Yeo, Mathematical Methods. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all of our award winners today. Could you also join me in thanking Darren Lovett for his presentation today? This concludes our ceremony today. You are welcome to enjoy the grounds of Government House and take more photographs if you wish. Just stay COVID safe and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Sace Merit Ceremony for 2021. My name's Tom Aldan, and I'm with the Sace Board Communications team. In a moment, we'll commence the presentation of subject merits for the learning area of sciences. But before I begin, there are a few housekeeping items. Toilets, should you need them during or after the ceremony. The toilets are located behind the stage area to your left. There's a path, follow it down, won't get lost. We'll have an official photograph, which will be taken of each merit recipient on stage. And details of how to access these photos are in the back of your booklet, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to take your own photos after the presentations in front of Government House or around the grounds. This event is being live streamed from the Sace website, and the address is printed at the bottom of the program insert, which is also in that booklet that you have there. And that recording will be made available on the Sace website later in the week. Now finally, just before we start, if I could ask you to please ensure your phones are switched to silent. Awesome, thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Ganamiana Wangandi Mani Nabudni Gana Yatana Nadlu Dampindi Ganamiana Yatamatanya Wama Dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise the Ghana people are the landowners and the custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Welcome everyone, good afternoon to the Sace Merit Ceremony in 2021. We're doing things a little bit differently this year because of COVID, of course, and so we've got smaller groups to cater for those restrictions. And of course, that's been the story of the year, hasn't it? The changes that we've made, adapting, responding, and particularly for the students. I think here we are to celebrate your successes in science subjects, but there's more to it than that. You're celebrating successes, celebrating your excellence in a year when things have been difficult, when you and your teachers and, of course, families have had to deal with some of the changes that have occurred and pivot and adapt. And I think a little bit more than that. I think you've also had to deal with the uncertainty that we've felt this year. You know, the Sace Merit Ceremony this year will celebrate the achievement of over 1,000 students who will be receiving merits, and across 75 different Stage 2 subjects. I think it really tells us something about the breadth and depth of the Sace, but the breadth and depth of the learning of our young people in South Australia. Of course, I have a soft spot myself for the sciences, having a science degree and PhD myself. So this event is always particularly interesting for me. I was thinking about that issue about the uncertainty that we face. When I was thinking about the merit ceremony and watching the inauguration of Joe Biden, and I was particularly taken, as so many of us were, by that poem, The Hill We Climb, read by Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate of the United States. If you haven't seen that, I do recommend you get on YouTube and have a look at that. Quite an amazing young woman and a performance of the poem. I did want to steal a few words from that poem. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light. If only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. That resonated with me because the future is always shrouded with shade. It's difficult to see. The uncertainty makes it difficult to see. And of course, this year more than ever, it's perhaps even more difficult to see. And so while we are looking back and celebrating your successes of the past, we're also looking forward. This is a transition. And so I am asking you to have the bravery to be that light. You've shown us that you've got something special about you. Here you are collecting your merits. You can be that light for us. You've shown us that you're the next generation of thinkers, of doers, change makers. So don't hold back. Show us what you've got. Use this merit not just as a symbol of your success, but as a symbol of the role, the responsibility that you have to go forward and take an active role in the community. Show us what you've got. Influence others, inspire others. Not on our terms, but on your terms. Shape the future. Be brave. You know, every year we gather a group of special guest presenters to present the merit certificates. And in the learning area of sciences this year, we have a presenter who's made an outstanding contribution in her field, and we're thrilled to have with us Dr. Hannah Wardle. Hannah is an award-winning early career researcher dedicated to ensuring people with cancer don't just survive, but they will survive well, that they will thrive. To help her achieve her goal, Dr. Wardle founded the Supportive Oncology Research Group, an independent, multidisciplinary research group that aims to develop innovative scientific approaches to cancer treatment and recovery. She's secured close to $1 million to develop new methods of supporting gut health in people with cancer and predicting patient responses based on the bacteria found in their gut. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Hannah Wardle.
Well, that's a new COVID regulation that I'm not used to, the microphone being cleaned between speeches. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today, and a very warm welcome to Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell, to the proud parents in the audience, and of course, and most importantly, the class of 2020. Congratulations to you all for prevailing in what can only be described as a year like no other, and a very challenging one at that. And whilst, we're often faced by the negative aspects of COVID and the changes that it has caused in our lifestyle, I hope today that we can look back at COVID and think about the positive things that have come out of this very challenging year. I also want to acknowledge that, of course, success is something that is never achieved alone. It really does take a community of people to breed success. And so, in addition to the students, I would also like to share my congratulations to the dedicated parents, teachers, and guardians who are here today for all the support that you've provided to the students throughout their challenging 2020. As introduced, my name is Dr. Hannah Wardle, and I'm a biomedical research fellow leading the Supportive Oncology Research Group at the South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute, as well as the University of Adelaide. And I feel really very privileged to be here today because it feels like only a few short years ago that I was sitting in your exact position, feeling very excited about where and how I was going to make my mark on the world. But like many people, particularly people coming out of high school, some of whom may be in the audience today, I was pretty confused with exactly where I wanted to make my mark. And as I look back fondly at my high school years, I think that this has been a pretty common theme for me. I never really fit into a particular box, and I always somewhat struggled to find my place. And nothing truly reflected this any better than the selection of my Year 12 subjects, which were a very mixed bag of art, Italian, psychology, physics, and maths. And you'll note no biology in there, interestingly, and I've managed to carve out a career in a very biology-heavy research environment. But luckily for me, my natural curiosity in how things work, and in particular the Pandora's box that is the human body, really grasped my attention, and I landed myself in a health sciences degree. And this was really where I found my passion for science, my curiosity in the world, and I went on to complete my PhD in medicine, where, as mentioned, I worked on discovering and developing new and innovative ways of better supporting people with and after cancer. And I think looking back at 2020, as I alluded to before, we can all agree that COVID really did shine a big and beautiful light on science and the importance of science in all its forms. We celebrated public health and epidemiologists. We looked for guidance from infectious diseases physicians and experts. And we championed the relentless efforts by the various people across the world who worked relentlessly on developing the vaccines that we're now seeing distributed across the world today. And our global response to the pandemic really does underscore the value that science holds in our community. The changes that can happen when scientists and policymakers come together to tackle big problems, and the impact that new discoveries, no matter how big or small, can have on the health and the well-being of an entire population. But at the core of science really is creativity, and they're not necessarily things that are lumped together. Science is seen as something that is quite regimented and restricted and protocolized, but really, the best discoveries in science come from a creative approach to a problem. And I'm really filled with excitement looking at you all here today because creativity is really born in the young generation. The youth are what drive innovation. They challenge conventional thinking, and ultimately they make the discoveries that impact the world. And this is perfectly illustrated by looking at some of our best scientists, people like Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton. They were really making their most impactful discoveries in their 20s, when they weren't afraid to take risks, to test ideas, and to look at things in a way that perhaps these apparently older and wiser scientists would steer clear of. So while I'm here today, I really encourage you all to look forward with excitement, thinking about the problems that you will solve and the elegant solutions that you will discover. And as you begin to carve out your place in this big wide world of science, if you decide to pursue science, that is, I want you to look back at the challenges that you've had to overcome in this past year, to lean into that resilience that we've all heard about, that you've all undoubtedly developed in spades over the last year, and use this to give you the courage to push the boundaries, as this is always where the magic happens. And while I encourage you all here to make your mark on the world, I want to send my extra encouragement to the girls and women in the audience, as well as any LGBTQI+ people out there who continue to be underrepresented in science. There are no rules about what a scientist should look like or how they need to act. And while we may be inundated with stereotypes in the media, science truly does embrace and celebrate diversity. So in addition to being here today to celebrate all of you, I hope I can be a role model for the girls in the audience or a champion for any of you out there today who may not feel or who may feel like you don't fit into a certain box. My door and also my inbox are always open, so I encourage you all to reach out to me if there is anything I can do to help you make your mark in this big, exciting world. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will now introduce the merit recipients for the subject area of science. I'd like to introduce Chantel Andrews, who received a merit for chemistry. Deepak Atwal for agricultural production. Kanchna Balamatukrishnan received a merit in biology. I'd like to introduce Jacqueline Bunko, received a merit for biology. Lucy Blankiron received a merit for agricultural systems. Denzel Brooks received a merit for chemistry and couldn't join us today. Emily Bowie received a merit for biology and also couldn't join us today. I'll introduce Georgia Chadwick, who received a merit for biology. Nicole Chan received a merit for biology. Li Wei Chen also received a merit for biology. Benjamin Cook received a merit for chemistry but was unable to join us today. I'll introduce Caitlin Edwards, who receives a merit for chemistry. Alicia Elliott received a merit for biology. Alyssa Feltus received a merit for biology. Alexandra Gauci received a merit for biology. Jason Gong received a merit for chemistry. Peter Guskos received a merit for biology. Hania Haider received a merit for biology. Amanda Jayawikarama received a merit for biology. Xin Yu Kong received a merit for biology but couldn't attend today. Jian Lam receives a merit for chemistry. Angus Lang-Smith received a merit in agricultural systems. Justin Lay received a merit for biology. Khan Lay also received a merit for biology. Angus Llewellyn for agricultural production. Cara Lombard received a merit for chemistry but couldn't join us today. So I'll introduce Liam Mitkovich, who received a merit for chemistry. Raina Miller received a merit for biology. Liza Maloney received a merit for biology. Madeline Moss received a merit for biology. Liam Munir received a merit for biology. Hani Navy receives a merit for biology. Trin Nguyen received a merit for biology. Trung Nguyen received a merit for biology. Felicity Page received a merit for agricultural production, and Trung Phan received a merit for chemistry, and both couldn't join us today. So I'll introduce Meg Poley for biology. Jackson Rendell received a merit in chemistry. Timothy Rodriguez, a merit in biology. Manuela Rogers receives a merit for biology. Phaeton Syed receives a merit for biology. Brandon Chong receives a merit for biology. Evelyn Walker receives a merit for biology. Alexandria Walker Hart received a merit for agricultural production. Hugo Walter received a merit for biology. Runchi Zhao received a merit for biology. And Jessica Chow received a merit for chemistry. If I could ask you all to please put your hands together for our merit recipients today. And please join me again in thanking Professor Hannah Wardle. That concludes our presentation today. You're welcome to gather outside in the grounds or on the front of Government House to take your photos, but just please be mindful to maintain social distancing. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Sace Merit Ceremony for 2021. My name's Tom Aldan. I'm from the Sace Board Communications team. And in a moment, we'll commence the presentation of subject merits for the learning area of sciences. But before we begin, there are a couple of housekeeping items. Toilets. Should you need them during or after the ceremony, the toilets are located behind the stage area to your left. There's a little path that goes around. You won't get lost. It's signposted. We'll have an official photograph taken for each merit recipient when they're on stage, and details of how to access these photos are in the back of your booklet. And there'll be plenty of opportunity to take your own photos in around the grounds or in front of Government House after the presentation. Now, this event is being live streamed from the Sace website, and the address is printed at the bottom of the program insert in your booklet. And the recording of that will be made available on the Sace website later in the week. Now finally, if I could ask you to please ensure your phones are switched to silent. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Ganamiyana Wangandi, Manina Budni, Ganayata. Nadlu Dampindi, Ganamiyana, Yata Matanya, Wama Dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise Ghana people as the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. And of course, I'd like to give my respects to the leaders, the elders of the Ghana community, past, present and emerging, and of course extend that to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be here today. And welcome to everyone to the 2021 Merit Ceremony, here to celebrate the successes of our students in the sciences. The Merit Ceremony is a little bit different this year. As you can tell, we've been responding to the COVID restrictions and those kinds of requirements, and really, of course, that's been the story of the year, hasn't it? And for students, of course, what that's shown us is that you can adapt, you can respond. You've shown us what you can do in the sciences, and here we are to celebrate your successes whilst everything's changed around you. In South Australia, I think we've not been so impacted as others by the disruptions, but I think the uncertainty has been very difficult to live with, and I congratulate you for dealing with that and being so successful in the sciences. I was thinking about that when I was watching the inauguration of Joe Biden, and many of you will have seen Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate from the United States, give her poem, The Hill We Climb. If you've not seen that online, I encourage you to do so. It's absolutely amazing. And I did want to take a few lines from that poem that really resonated with me when I was thinking about the merit ceremony. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. A new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. And that resonated with me because for the merit winners today, yes, we can look back and think about the successes that you had, but really it's an opportunity to look forward as well. The future's always in shade. It's uncertain and we don't know what it's going to be like and we can't see into it. And perhaps this year more than ever, we see even more shade. It's even more difficult to see what the future will bring. And we need to be brave to be that light. And you've shown us that there's something special about you. You've shown us through these merits that you can achieve. So be brave and be that light. At the merit ceremony, we will have celebrated the achievements of over 1,000 merit recipients in 75 different subjects in the Sace at Stage 2. A real showcase of the depth and breadth of the Sace and our students' studies, but a real showcase of the light that our students bring. And so when we're thinking about that future and you bringing light to that future, don't do it on our terms, do it on your terms. Create that future, be brave, bring that light. You're the next generation of thinkers and doers and change makers. We know you've got the ability, so show us what you can do. This merit that you will receive is a symbol of your success, but it's also a symbol of your role and your responsibility to go forward and take an active role in the community, to show us what you can do, and to inspire others to be as good as they can be as well. So I want to add my congratulations to those that you'll have received already from your family and friends, and that we'll be celebrating again today. Every year we ask a special guest presenter to present each of the merit certificates, and these presenters have made an outstanding contribution in their chosen field. For the learning area of sciences today, we're thrilled to have with us Dr. Maria Parapilli. Maria is Associate Professor and one of Australia's top physics educators, who's recognised internationally for her pioneering teaching methods that promote student-centred teaching and learning. I've just been talking to Maria about some of the grants she's been applying for, some of the projects that she's got running, and if any students are going to Flinders University to do physics, I think you're in for a pretty exciting year. A fellow of the Australian Institute of Physics, Dr. Parapilli was formerly the head of STEM education research at Flinders University and founded the university's STEM Women Branching Out that supports women with their choice of research and teaching in STEM. She also leads a federal government-funded STEM Enrichment Academy for Year 9 girls. Dr. Parapilli received an Order of Australia in 2020 for her contribution to science education. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Maria Parapilli.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Martin, for your very wonderful and kind introduction. And it is a privilege to talk to teachers, parents, and most importantly, the highest of the high achieving students of the state. And I'm so delighted to be presenting your Sace Merit Certificate today. And firstly, I would like to congratulate all the outstanding students of the class of 2020 on your wonderful achievements, which underline the outstanding commitment to your science studies through an especially difficult year. Everyone knows that, right? So I have greatest admiration to your focus, achievement, and commitment to obtain such wonderful and outstanding result. I take this opportunity to also acknowledge and thank all the parents, guardians, and teachers for supporting these students through a year like no other. I am sure that all of you will agree with me that without the encouragement and dedicated and without the support of the dedicated and inspiring teachers and loving families, this result would not have been possible. And now the future beckons, and you will have the opportunity to apply the scientific knowledge in new areas. This will provide you with new discoveries and also new challenges. As a physicist who have won many Australian and international awards, I know that the challenges and opportunities should be lay ahead of you, because you of course want to excel in science at university. But I am full of hope and excitement on your behalf as you embark on wonderful journey of acquiring knowledge. Of course, exciting opportunities await you, because you all know that Australia is emerging as an international leader in quantum technology. For example, quantum computing is part of that, and that will provide you with more opportunities in physics, maths, and computing. And we are too lucky to be in a state of science. Martin knows that, you know. We are in a state of science, and with the opening of Australian Space Agency in Adelaide later this month, this will also bring you more opportunities. So, there has never been a better time for a student to embrace and relish a career in science. No doubt that the future of the world will be shaped by STEM. So this is also true for scientists of any backgrounds or any gender. So the Women in STEM program that I am leading, also with the enrichment I am leading at Flinders University, has put so many amount of work and effort and energy into creating opportunities for female students, because we are upskilling the female students. As a result, we have seen an increase in number of female graduates are now making an important difference in the world of science in the state and across the general community. So many things have changed since I was a high school student, because Sace asked me to share my high school experience. So, but for example, growing up in Kerala, I didn't go through the Sace system. But as a parent, I did watch and support my own daughter studying science through Sace a few years ago. And she's continuing science, now doing PhD in maths. So it is always important to pursue your passion. I knew from the beginning, very early stage in high school, that physics is the area I would like to study and I want to specialize. And I never compromised on that belief. So pursuing the passion provided me with many opportunities. And I learned that with every opportunity you grasp, the next possibility will become available to you. And you can learn anything. You already proved that, right? So you can learn anything you want, and you can build success through your efforts. So I would say go for things that you think you can do well and excite you. Always try to give back to the society as well. So to all the award winners today, I offer a small piece of practical advice. After the grand success of your senior high school year, you now face an exciting and challenging transition to the university. You will experience more freedom and you will be more independent. So my advice would be to chase every opportunity, okay? And I would say that dream big in STEM studies and to attain highest goals. So congratulations again on your great achievement, and may they continue throughout your life in science. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now introduce the merit recipients for the subject learning area of sciences. Can I introduce Saim Aftab, who received a merit for physics? Sana Amiri, who received a merit for psychology. Madeline Anderson, who receives a merit for psychology. Caitlin Armstrong received a merit for psychology. Abby Brooks received a merit for psychology. Isabel Castaneda Habel received a merit for psychology. Bethany Chalmers received a merit for psychology. Alessandra Chiara Ganelli receives a merit for psychology. I introduce Lara Copeland, who received a merit for psychology. Lucy Dickinson received a merit for physics. Sabrina Donato for psychology. Liam De Silva received a merit for psychology. Avril Sky Elliot Binky received a merit for psychology but was unfortunately unable to attend today. So I'll introduce Isabella England for psychology. Lane Evans received a merit for nutrition. Jennifer Feliciano received a merit for psychology. Elara Ferguson Coyles received a merit for psychology. Lucy Felke received a merit for nutrition. I'll introduce Benedict Forgash, who received a merit in scientific studies. Molly Godomsky-Mott received a merit for psychology. Asha Gulliver also received a merit for psychology but was unable to attend today. This is Marcus Gunn, who received a merit for physics. Jack Haddad received a merit for psychology. Angela Harris for a merit in psychology. Charlotte Hartel also received a merit for psychology. Aidan Haitley received a merit for psychology but couldn't attend today. I'll introduce Arabelle Shee. C. Apologies. For psychology. Thomas Jose for physics. I'll introduce Mirren Keefe for psychology. Zaina Khan received a merit for psychology but couldn't attend today. This is Carolus Coulter, who received a merit for psychology. Alyssa Lagana received a merit for psychology. Brandon Lane received a merit for physics. Alex Lee received a merit for psychology. Neil Mazumdar, a merit for physics. Sarah Morgan receives a merit in psychology. Emma Name received her merit for nutrition. Lachlan Napier received a merit for physics. Taylor Bree Norsworthy received a merit for psychology. Lucy O'Day received a merit for psychology. Panay Paras received a merit for psychology. Ruby Parker received a merit for psychology. Mackenzie Patterson Cleary also received a merit for psychology. McKenna Paul received a merit for psychology. Isaac Pepe received a merit for scientific studies. Mia Porter received her merit for psychology. Sam Potter receives a merit for physics. Alicia Ray for psychology. Alexander Rowe received a merit for physics, and Lucy Semenov received a merit for psychology. Both couldn't attend today. I'll introduce Josephine Smart, who received a merit for physics. Jeremy Swain received a merit for physics but couldn't attend today. This is T. Thatch, who received a merit for psychology. Prashan Thavarajar received a merit for physics but couldn't attend today. I'll introduce Lily Underwood, who received a merit for psychology. Matthew Van Pelt received a merit for scientific studies. Carlin Verhoeven received a merit for psychology. Angela Vu received a merit for scientific studies but couldn't attend today. This is Ned Walter, who receives a merit for scientific studies. Eleanor Yao received a merit for physics. And David Zwitzenberg receives a merit for physics. And I'd ask you all to put your hands together for our merit recipients today. And please join me in thanking again our special guest presenter, Dr. Parapilli. And you're welcome to enjoy the grounds, take some photos anywhere in the grounds or in front of the Government House, but just to be mindful of social distancing, please. Thank you.